Hello and welcome to Opportunity Homes San Antonio's regular board meeting. Please note this meeting will be recorded in its entirety. I'll begin by conducting Commissioner roll call. Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Vice Chair Gilbert Casillas.
Here.
Barbara Unkama-Burford.
Here.
Dalia Contreras.
Here.
Estrellita Garcia Diaz.
Here.
Janet Garcia. Leela Powell.
Here.
Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
Acting President and CEO Michael Reyes.
Here.
We also have an interpreter located at the back of the room should you need their support. You may now call the meeting to order. The time is 1:06 p.m.
The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
Yes, we have one citizen signed up to speak. Now is the time for citizens to be heard. Citizens will be given up to 3 minutes to speak, and each citizen will be permitted to speak only once. The board asks the public to address concerns related to Opportunity Home matters and policy and not include statements that may be considered defamatory of any individual. The board encourages members of the public to direct specific concerns or problems to Opportunity Home staff for more prompt resolution. The board will not discuss the comments of speakers or respond to speakers during the citizens to be heard portion of the agenda. Our speaker is Susan Baldwin.
Good day, everyone. As she said, my name is Susan Baldwin. I'm from Cottage Creek Apartments. Been there over 20 years. There's some good things and bad things. A lot of residents are wondering why our coordinator's been taken away, why our food bank got taken away from us. And I told them I would bring that down to your attention because someone told us that we don't qualify anymore under your, Beacon Properties, which is your nonprofit side for it, but Mid-Crown Pavilion does, but they've not been under the Beacon Properties as long as Cottage Creek has. Because as long as I've lived there at Cottage Creek, we've always had a coordinator. You may have kept her busy down here, but we did have a coordinator. And we would do things, activities, like the food bank, health classes, and we even started the little library in the clubhouse that people could do arts and crafts and also do games and read books. So some of the residents are missing that. And then a lot of the residents are like, why are they not moving people in? We have got so many buildings boarded up. Like, I hate saying it, my building, I'm the only one there. Well, kind of nice for the water situation, but it's just the idea that when you've got empty apartments, and I hear that, people are saying, they're telling us there's a waiting list on Section 8, something's wrong there. And then also, maybe while you've got some of the empty apartments, put walk-in showers, because you're getting more seniors and more disabled that need walk-in. I want to say thank you to finally getting a walk-in shower in mine, because there have been issues. So at least I got it, and it's nice, and I'm thinking, if they could do that for me, they should at least maybe make a few empty ones walk in so they're ready to go, because it'd be so much easier when the person's not living there. Plus, maybe come out and do a meeting, because everyone's like, well, we see holes in the side of the walls. I said, well, they're replacing AC units. They said, but they didn't take mine out. I said, I know. But I know because I've been at a housing summit, had been given so much money to do some work out there. And at one time, someone said you would come out there and explain to us what was going to be done, but no one has. And rumors going around that maybe we're getting a new manager. It's like, don't look at me. Look at housing. I have no clue what's going on because they don't let us know out here what is going on. And the residents are concerned about these things. Like, why is this being done here, but we can't hear? And then like say, if you can't move the food bank back to us because they know they can't do it at both places, since there's two fences between us, maybe make a walkway where it could be open when there's events over there and when there's a food bank at the Mid-Crown Pavilion so our residents can walk over there safely to get to it. Because otherwise, our residents can't get to a food bank over there because there's no way of doing it by bus because the bus doesn't go past there anymore. And it's just, there's a few things that have to be brought up. And then I did talk to someone to give me the information for the Golden Gala so I can work it for you. Thank you.
That concludes our citizens signed up to speak.
All righty, thank you. We'll move, we've got meeting minutes to approve. Item number 3, approval of the November 6th regular board meeting, the November 20th Finance Committee meeting minutes, November 20th Operations and Real Estate Committee meeting minutes. If there are no questions or changes, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
We have a first, a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the minutes are approved. We have consent items.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 4 through 8.
Second.
Commissioner Powell, do you want us to remove one of them? Number 7, I think.
I need to recuse myself here also. Can I ask?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah. So,
Oh, green, yeah.
confused there. So as I brought up at the committee meeting, LISC has some grant funding in the project, the Commons at Asakia Trails. Do I need to remove these from consent, or can I recuse myself from the consent agenda?
You can abstain from the whole consent agenda. That'd be the simplest thing to do.
Okay.
Well, what we can do is
Or take them one at
take
a
them
time.
one by
amend
one.
your motion to drop off that one, and then we can take.
Item
that
1.
separately.
You can do that.
It's item number
It's item
7, is it?
4.
Oh,
Yeah, Commons at
Oh, yeah,
Asakia
yeah,
Trails.
4.
If there's no
Yes.
objection, you can just restate your motion to approve all the consent agenda items except
4.
number 4.
I will make a motion for approval for consent items 5 through 8, and we'll come back and vote separately on item 4.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 5, 6, 7, and 8. Have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent items are approved. We have item number 4, consideration approval regarding Resolution 6606, Opportunity Home to assign 80 project-based vouchers to the City of San Antonio for the Commons at Asakia Trails. I'll take a motion on this consent item with one, go ahead.
Yeah, can you please note that I'm abstaining from this item?
Yes.
I'll take a
Make a
motion.
motion for approval of consent item number 4.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 4 with one abstention is approved.
And can I just note for the record, as I noted at the committee meeting, that the abstention is because we have grant funding committed to that project, not because I have any concerns or issues with the support for the project.
With regards to that project, it's probably important. We appreciate, Michael, you and your team bringing this one to us. Anytime that we can help, our partnership with the city has been good. And anytime that we can assist, especially our folks down at Sam Ministries. Okay, we have individual item number 9, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6609, authorizing San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation to purchase the limited partner interest in ARDC Military LTD as owner of the Artisan at Mission Creek project, and to expend move into work funds to effect such purchase, authorizing Los Vadas as the sole member of the general partner of such partnership to execute documents necessary to effect such purchase and other matters in connection therewith. Miranda Castro, it's your show.
Hello. I stood up too early, but now it really is my turn. So that was exciting. So this is a property that I had originally put on the docket to speak to you at the last committee meeting, but we needed to go back to our legal counsel and amend the entity in which was going to acquire the interest. So this property is Artisan at Mission Creek. It is a relatively straightforward, very much in line with what our historic business practices are when we have a property that is exiting the initial compliance period of the first 15 years, and then we look to acquire the interest and move it to the Beacon portfolio. And so this is essentially that is the long and the short of my request. So this property it's a mixed finance transaction with Franklin Management Company. They were the developer and manager. The project was completed and placed into service in 2007. It's got 252 units, all at 60%. Can you do the next slide? Thank you. And then, so we are coming to acquire this interest. This is a property that I recommend that we acquire. This was one of the first properties that we did our new "Is this a good idea?" model, if you will. And so this has been thoroughly vetted. I've done an extensive financial and physical inspection. I'm comfortable standing here recommending that this is a good thing for us to do. And so I'm here to ask your permission for that.
Can you go back to the second to last, that slide?
Yes.
Susan? Do we have any questions? None? Okay, I'll take a motion on item number 9.
So moved?
We have a first, we have a second?
Second.
First and a second. All in favor? Aye. Item number 9 is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 10, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6596, authorizing the award of project-specific engagements for the fire protection improvements at Blanco Apartments in the amount of $335,000 and Matt Garcia Apartments in the amount of $405,000 to KCI Technologies. George Ayala, Director of Procurement, and Hector Martinez, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This item focuses on crucial fire safety improvements at 2 of our properties, the Blanco and Matt Garcia Apartments. We're proposing to install a full sprinkler system in both buildings to enhance the safety and well-being of our residents significantly. To move this project forward, we need to engage the services of a professional engineer, in this case, KCI Technologies, the only firm currently under contract with the expertise needed for fire system design. So they have been selected for this task. The total cost of this upgrades will be $335,000 for Blanco Apartments and $405,000 for Matt Garcia Apartments. These amounts exceed the previous approved budget under our master agreement, so we seek your approval of Resolution 6596 to authorize 2 separate engagements with KCI Technologies. So basically what we're doing, we originally got an award for a master agreement with multiple engineering firms. This award is limited in our budget. So because of the amount of this particular projects, we are asking to have 2 separate contracts within that same solicitation, utilizing that same solicitation. This is a concept that is used by the state when we utilize cooperative agreements. So we're utilizing that master solicitation to award these 2 individual projects. And Mr. Martinez is here to answer any technical questions.
Thank you, George. Some background information on this. So the city of San Antonio has required, starting in 2016, it passed an ordinance requiring fire protection in all high-rises, and we are about to be in compliance with that. Our final high-rise that was lacking fire protection is Via Trancasi. That project is coming to a close. We're already doing inspections in preparation to turn that building over. So now we're turning our attention to our mid-rises. I think they deserve fire protection also. In my experience, these projects are going to save people's lives. So in 2023, late 2023, HUD awarded us a $4.5 million housing-related hazard grant. And our application was to install comprehensive fire protection in all the apartments at the Blanco Apartments and the Matt Garcia Apartments. And so, as George mentioned, we needed an engineer to help us design these systems because the buildings either have none or very limited fire protection. And so there's a lot of building codes we need to be aware of, a lot of fire code we need to be aware of. We're introducing new fire protection, new fire lines. You have to have a whole new 2-hour rated enclosure for the fire pump, the fire control room. It's very complicated things. And then not to mention the thought of going into occupied housing and retrofitting sprinkler and fire alarms extremely difficult. And so KCI will not be only acting as our engineering firm of record, but also as a third-party owner's rep. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have some questions. So can you differentiate between mid-rise and high-rise for me?
Yeah, so high-rise, we have Victoria Plaza, 9-story, so anything, I consider anything over 6 stories to be a high-rise. I believe the definition of a mid-rise is anywhere between 4 and 6 stories. And so that's also, the city, when they defined high-rises, they used actual feet, like 70-something feet, or it didn't make a lot of sense because that's not how we measure buildings necessarily. It's by floor, and so.
So how many other mid-rise structures do we have that do not have comprehensive fire protection?
So right now, Matt Garcia and Blanco are in that count. We have the San Pedro Arms. I think Kenwood might be the only other. That's off the top of my head.
So we could see more projects like this in the future to accomplish that goal of providing comprehensive fire protection. Are either San Pedro Arms and Kenwood, do they have a concentration of elderly or disabled residents?
San Pedro is a senior complex. Matt Garcia, Kenwood is family.
Kenwood has a lot of seniors in it, too.
I don't remember Kenwood.
How quickly can they be brought into compliance?
Well, these projects they're not easy, so they take time. We need to secure funding first. I think HUD's going to be issuing more of these hazard grants. We're going to go after all of them. Mm-hmm. The grant they gave us was $4.5 million for 2 properties. I don't think that's quite enough. We'll probably have to kick in some matching capital fund grants to get us the full contract amounts when we're ready to go to construction. And so I'm pushing for these every year, that we get into full compliance with fire protection and all our mid-rises as well. So I think a reasonable timeline, Commissioner, is within the next 5 years.
Can I ask an additional question then? Talking about compliance, however, we are in compliance with the city ordinance because the city ordinance is with regard to high-rise as opposed to the decision we've made, which is to extend that to mid-rise structures.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And are you going to be inspecting the units that have it already, like the mid-rises or the high-rise that are already compliant? Are you going to be inspecting to make sure that they are operational? Because I know there's some properties that there may be issues with their fire systems.
So the fire marshal and actually in conjunction with our risk department, our risk department has fire evacuation and they have days where they meet with residents to discuss that. I believe they invite the local firehouse to join them for those. But the fire marshal does perform annual inspections on the fire protection systems, and they are all required to be monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, constantly. So they're all under monitoring. If anything goes wrong, if something's not right, if someone messes with a smoke detector, anything goes on, it sends a signal to the panel, which alerts the monitoring company, which sometimes alerts the fire department. So they're constantly being monitored.
Because I wonder, because sometimes you hear the alarms going off in the office on the panel, and they just, all night, nobody comes around. And sometimes the alarms are going off in some apartments, but not in the entire building. So,
in that case, it's usually a trouble signal, which does not dispatch fire department. It's usually a rather minor issue, such as a loose wire in a fire smoke detector, something like that.
Any other questions? If no other questions, I'll take a motion on item number 10.
I motion we approve item number 10.
We have a first. We have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Resolution 6596 carries.
Thank you.
Item number 11, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6614, authorizing the award of contracts for mowing and grounds maintenance for administrative and public housing properties to A&S Landscaping Services, B&T Dependable Services, Blue Lacy Landscape and Maintenance, Champion Lawn Care and Champion Lawn Care for an annual cumulative amount not to exceed $1 million for a period of 1 year with the option to renew up to 4 additional 1-year terms. George Ayala, you're up.
Thank you, sir. As the chair mentioned, the next item on our agenda today concerns the essential services of mowing and ground maintenance. for our administrative and public housing properties. After a competitive bidding process, we are recommending the award of these contracts to four qualified vendors: NS Landscaping Services, B&T Dependable Services LLC, Blue Lacy Landscaping and Maintenance Company, and Champion Care. These vendors were selected based on their competitive pricing, reputations, and proven ability to meet the diverse needs of our properties. The total annual cost for these contracts will not exceed $1 million, aligning with our budgetary guidelines. These contracts are vital to ensuring the upkeep and aesthetic appeal of our properties, which supports our mission and commitment to our residents. Any questions on the need or the process?
None? Do we have any questions on this one? No questions. I'll take a motion on item number 11.
So move.
We have a first, we have a second. We have a first and a second on Resolution 6614. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one carries. It's approved. Item number 12, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6615, authorizing the award of a contract for Riverside Apartments exterior renovations and site improvements to All Pro General Construction for an amount not to exceed $7.88 million. George Ayala, you're up again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, Resolution 6615 is much-needed improvements at the Riverside Apartments. This project involves exterior renovations for 23 multifamily residential buildings, the on-site administration building, and a range of site enhancements. After a thorough RFP process, we are recommending the award of contract to All Pro Construction. They are the highly qualified local firm with a proven track record and a strong commitment to our community. The project cost is not expected to exceed $7,883,216, which includes the project-based bid, alternative options, and a contingency amount. This project includes renovations to the community room with existing administrative building, renovated attendant mail area, comprehensive roof replacement, sheeting where applicable, and new windows, to name a few things. To talk more about the specifics is Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, George. Commissioner Powell, before I begin, I failed to mention Villa Hermosa is also a mid-rise. And it's already in our capital plan for that particular scope of work, including HVAC upgrades as well. So it's already on our plan. You're welcome. So this is a comprehensive capital improvement project for the Riverside Apartments, which is a family site located on our south side in District 1. This is a preservation of the asset approach to capital planning where we focus a lot on the building envelope of the buildings. So the plan right now is to re-roof the buildings, tear the outside walls down to the studs, observe and inspect the studs, replace and repair as necessary, infill or replace insulation within the walls as necessary, resheathe the buildings, install new vapor barriers on the buildings to protect the integrity of the framing, and then clad the buildings with new fiber cement board siding, all new roofs, all new gutters, mechanically fastened leaf guards where required. We're going to go into the apartments and upgrade and replace the HVAC systems, improve the HVAC condensate drainage systems. We're going to replace all the windows, also in a non-destructive method, which is a process we've gotten into in the last several years very successfully. We're doing that right now at the Casiano Homes. And then we're going to focus on the community room and leasing office. We'll be doing some renovations there. We'll be providing maintenance staff with a new maintenance structure, which will open up some space within the offices and community room for offices and, however the management can use that extra space. We're going to modernize that area as well. I want to say that this amount we're asking for is the full contract amount with all the alternates that we had in our bid form. That doesn't mean for sure that we're actually going to perform the entire scope of work, but we wanted to get approval to be able to do everything. The scopes of work in particular that I'm mentioning is we have in this contract to install exterior pavilion for the community to gather outside, to have a place for their children, for the families to come together. It's covered. It's a covered structure. We also have money in here for a new playground for the children and a new entry monument for the community. So when When you pull in, there's a nice new sign. It's illuminated with the address right at the very entrance of the community. There's also site improvements here. So when we do a project like this, we're focusing on building exteriors and then site improvements, improved security lighting, improved parking, paving, repairing sidewalks, installing new dumpster enclosures. We're going to enclose the new condenser units for the air conditioners in a little screen wall for visual and security. So there's a lot of exterior and site improvements in this project. Be happy to answer any questions.
This isn't stated in the context, but I'm just making assumptions that I want to check. This is within the facilities master plan planned for this year, budgeted for this year.
Yes, it's within our 5-year capital plan. We've been planning on this project for a long time. The contract, the bid amount for the recommended awarded contractor is just a few $100,000 below the architect's probable estimated cost, which we're required to provide, and that's very reassuring when the cost matches exactly what the architect estimated.
Great. And it's gone through the internal team process of prioritization, knowing that there's probably several different sites that we are responsible for that could use this type of upgrade, but just, you know, so things that aren't named, but I want to make sure that are.
Yes, if you look at our most recent P&A, the physical needs assessment, you will see Riverside up near the very top. And so we knew, what the P&A confirmed is what we already knew, that the property needs and deserves improvements. And so when we were developing this project and assessing the property and developing the scope of work, we worked very closely and collaboratively with public housing. They had staff that were attending our design meetings, our design review meetings, contributing to what the scope of work was going to look like. And we always, when we're preparing capital improvement projects, we like to meet with staff. We look at ongoing maintenance burden issues. We look at work tickets to see what kind of ongoing items are coming. We want to decrease the maintenance burden. We want to increase Inspire scores at the same time.
That's really helpful. I know that we've been like fine tuning our procurement presentations and kind of, I think that it's always great for, since this is a public meeting, for the public to know, like, this is within our facilities master plan. This is on a top priority list when we did our needs assessment, and it's within the budgeted scope of what we had already, you know, the approved budget that was passed. So thank you for that.
Yes, and this contract is in an awarded enough amount that we are going to meet our capital fund obligation with this contract alone, which is an ongoing annual thing. We have 2 years to obligate, which means to put under contract 90% of the capital fund grant every year, and another 2 years to expend those funds. It's an ongoing thing.
You mentioned that this particular ask is inclusive of all of the things you just mentioned as far as the work to be completed, but you also mentioned that there is a potential that everything may not get done. Could you tell me what the factors are that would dictate that, and just help me understand what that would be so we could better understand what the complexities of a project like this are?
So this is the full concept of the project. And so when we get into a new project in rehab on an old structure, there's a lot of unforeseens that we encounter a lot. We ask for a contingency to help absorb those, and we try to anticipate what the unforeseens are going to be. If we happen to encounter something that's going to require more of our budget, we can reallocate funds accordingly on something that's more life safety, code, or much more of a priority than something, let's say, such as a community pavilion, which I think is a great benefit. We like to provide that to communities that don't have it so they can have an outdoor space to gather and be a community. But if I had to pick that over a life safety item, I'm going to go for the life safety. So a lot of things come up in a project that we're not necessarily prepared for. And there's also a lot of competing interests on our budget. If something very high priority comes up, we may have to not expend those funds for those items and reallocate them somewhere else. So it's a very careful process. We meet very carefully. We make sure we have everyone's buy-in. There's a lot of thought and diligence that goes into that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One additional comment, and not so much a question, but just to reiterate that one of the considerations in these improvements that you're making is that they will result in greater energy efficiency for these units, in addition to more comfort and safety for residents. So an overall goal of our planning is to lower the carrying costs and the energy use at these properties when we do these renovations.
We are fully committed to that. We're part of the Department of Energy's Better Buildings Challenge, which we signed up for, and we committed to a goal of 20% reduction in our utility usage and consumption, and I think we've exceeded that goal. We were invited to Washington, D.C. recently to discuss our sustainability efforts and goals, and I was very proud to stand before the largest housing authorities in the country and talk about our accomplishments, our current activities, and our very ambitious future goals, which I look forward to bringing to you.
Just as a note, I would love to hear more about that at a future committee meeting if an opportunity arises.
Yes, ma'am.
With no other questions, I'll accept a motion on item number 12. We have a motion, we have a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 12 is approved.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 13, update and discussion regarding Opportunity Home Programs waitlist. Jose Mascoro, Chief Operating Officer, and welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you. I think I'd prefer presenting on procurement items today. Truth be told, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We're very excited about this presentation, though. So.
I'm glad
if I
to hear
can
it.
preface our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Chairman, just to kind of give some intro into this. I know this issue has been top of mind for this board and this organization for many years. And so I just wanted to make it clear that within 2 weeks of my appointment, I asked staff to start looking at our lists to make sure that they are maintained. Many of the lists had not been maintained for many years. And so I wanted to make sure we had a real number to give to our city partners and our housing partners, because it has vast implications on the housing, the strategic housing implementation plan and all of the other plans we have with our housing partners. So it's really important that we give an accurate number. And so we're glad that when Jose came on board, he ran with it and he's been able to work with staff. And so he'll go into the details further.
Great. No, I do appreciate this presentation. It will remain one of our five priorities that we had set out many months ago. And Michael, you have continued it, so I appreciate it, you and staff. So.
Very good. I do want to give staff all credit. They've done all of the what I would call brain damage in going through the numbers and sifting through and providing letters to all the residents or applicants to update all the information on the wait list. So as a quick primer, I wanted to start with some history and starting with the public housing wait list. So real briefly, 2012, there were 3 wait lists. You have the elderly and disabled, general occupancy, and the 504, the accessible wait list. 2013, there was the creation of the preferred developments, which was providing applicants options or choices for a specific site. And then in 2017, the change in policy was limiting those preferences to only 5 locations. And then in 2022, the preferred development wait lists were closed. And that was the last change to or work done with the public housing wait list until this year, when the preferred development there's performed maintenance on that wait list. And we'll go into details in a minute. Then you've got the mod, rehab, and the project-based voucher wait list timeline. Mod, rehab, and PBV established in 2006. PBV was established with 3 sites specifically. And then in 2016, which I need to note this, 10 years later, the mod rehab performed some maintenance on that wait list, and then again in 2022. And then more recently, which is all of the work done in the past 5 to 6 months, included the mod rehab PBV maintenance, which was recent here in November, where we sent out letters to 54,000 applicants resulting in what we have today, about 9,200 responses. And so we'll talk about that again in a minute. And then the housing choice voucher, which is running rather smoothly, I would say, in terms of the wait list, started in 2007, and in 2012 was reopened to include a preference. 2015, there was a performed maintenance and an opening of the wait list again with no preferences. And then again, some work in July 2017 where we closed the wait list and performed maintenance, getting to the point for 2021, 2022, and 2023 where it was opened each year for 15 days, providing folks via lottery an opportunity to be on that wait list. Now, the last 5 to 6 months is where a lot of the work has happened to get us to the numbers that we have today. So, starting in June, the plans were developed and presented. The Sorrento wait list in July started and to deal with that wait list. And in August 5th, the wait list for the Sorrento, a 27,561 wait list, the notifications were sent out, and which resulted in the cleaning up of that wait list and removing that wait list altogether. And then in September of 2024, started the process for the preferred development wait list plan of action. And in October, with that plan, there were 28,566 letters sent to applicants on that specific wait list. And in November, which was the deadline for response, we got about a 5,000 to 6,000 folks who responded to that and who remained on that out of those 28,000. And then again, starting in November, we started work on the mod rehab and project-based voucher wait list with letters being sent out November 12th and applicants having until November 26th to submit a response. I'm going to add a caveat here that while November 26th was their deadline to respond, we've allotted for an internal grace period until tomorrow for any applicants before they're actually removed from a wait list. So internally, if we get some stragglers who respond by tomorrow, we will, and they want to stay on the wait list, we'll keep them on the wait list. So I wanted to emphasize the amount of work that's gone on over the past 5 to 6 months, which is a short period of time relative to the existence of all of these wait lists for the past several years. Okay, so this is where we stand today. And if you notice, we wanted to highlight to you all that 40,870 of folks as of December 1st are San Antonio applicants. Okay, they're living in San Antonio at the time that they applied. That's out of what we see today as 65,920 total unduplicated applicants. Okay, and I want to emphasize unduplicated. But I also want to point out, if you notice the 2 asterisks next to that, both of those numbers, there's a note at the bottom. As I mentioned, the mod rehab and the project-based voucher wait list numbers, we're still considering them preliminary because we're giving, again, until tomorrow for any stragglers to submit a response. And so from experience in going through the public housing wait list, there was a couple hundred more that came in during that grace period, which were beyond the original deadline set in the letters that were sent out. So just want to give you that note that it'll be pretty close to the 65,920, but there might be a few more folks who come in today and tomorrow with a desire to stay on that wait list. But this is where we've ended up with all of the maintenance. Now, I want to point out that the 65,920 is an unduplicated number. If you go below that number in the program-specific wait lists, before you guys go add those up, those 3 numbers will exceed the 65,000. And that is because out of those 65,000 folks, they may be on multiple wait lists within the program-specific wait list numbers. Okay, and that number is about 8,600 that we've counted so far. that are beyond, that are on multiple wait lists. 8,600, so approximate. Okay, so this is where we stand on all the unduplicated numbers. Now, I know there's discussion and question as to who's applying, where are they coming from, where do they currently live. So out of that 65,000, I wanted to present to you guys, these are the numbers that we see thus far. Now, once we finish with the mod and the PBV, and as of tomorrow, and we go through those lists, looking at the folks who've responded, we'll verify, but we're expecting the numbers to be about the same as presented here or close to, that about 74% of all applicants on any of our wait lists are San Antonio individuals, okay? 13,000 or 20% are from other states, and then you've got about 6% or 3,800 which are in Texas but are not in San Antonio or the surrounding area, okay? So I wanted to present that information as well.
Jose,
Yes.
the applicants from other states and the non-San Antonio Texans, were they notified also if they still wanted to remain on the list? Because maybe these people from other states are on multiple state lists and maybe they received a voucher already?
They would have been included in those letters, yes. Okay. So we present the numbers, and you know we're anticipating that 65,000, not much more than that after tomorrow. But you want to talk about next steps, right? And keep in mind, you know, that 65,920 might grow by 1,000 next month because the public housing wait list is still open, okay? And it remains open. We can talk about that. But while we did perform the maintenance on the preferred development wait list of the 28,000, we haven't performed any maintenance on the general public housing wait list. So that'll be the next thing that we'll do. Sort through those, find out how many folks that were not on the preferred development, but just on the general wait list, who, if they want to remain as well, or if they respond or not. So within the next 2 months, that'll be one of the next steps that we'll take internally to continue working on our wait lists.
Can I ask one question before you go into next steps?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible in the next round of updates for this to look at this data by slicing it in timeframes of how long people have been on the wait list? Like 20% of this 65,000 have been on the wait list 10 plus years, you know, whatever makes sense in terms of how long folks have been on this wait list.
We can do that. We can do that. Now, some other items to look at and that we're evaluating right now, and keep in mind that if we look at any policy changes that relate to the wait lists, there will always be community input and review. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear. But what we're evaluating right now, first and foremost, is looking at the wait list itself. You know, right now the way it's written and the HUD guidance and guidebook allows an agency a lot of leeway. But the way we're operating is it's completely on the agency to send a letter out, find out if you're still interested, and respond, right? There's some thoughts and some practices where you can put the onus, a little bit of the onus, on the applicants themselves. Now, that would require a bit of a culture shift as an organization, as an agency, but that would be saying, you know, to the applicants that they would need to contact us every so often, and we're talking maybe every 6 months. One, to make sure that we have their updated contact information, but two, to include in their continued interest in the wait list. Now, that policy change could also affect where if they don't respond or submit anything to us, that we could remove them from the wait list automatically. Now, I say that when I mention it would be a huge culture shift. There would be a lot of communication that we would need to implement in order to move forward with that type of a change in policy. And that doesn't mean we wouldn't communicate as reminders as much as we can via text, via mail, via email to those applicants. Say, hey, remember, you need to submit to us somehow in writing or verbally that you want to stay on the wait list, sending out reminders. Okay, that would create an ongoing process for not only us, but also the residents to be reminded that, hey, I'm still on this wait list. So that's just something being discussed. It needs to be further evaluated. Also looking at some best practices in the industry throughout the nation. So we're contemplating that. The second policy change is the preference for San Antonio residents as a selection criteria for any one of our wait lists. That would require obviously a policy and adjustment to the tenant selection plan and approvals. And then that would also require a little bit of discussion on how we would define a San Antonio applicant. Is it somebody who's lived in San Antonio for 12 months, or is it somebody who's just moved here and has been here for a month? So we would need some level of differentiation to apply that to our selection method. So again, these are all things that we're contemplating and talking about and having some discussions on internally before we move forward with any other presentations to you all or community input.
Can I ask a quick question about
Sure.
that one? So that would be if we, we're just pretending if that were true today, almost 26% of the list would be clear because it's other states and non-San Antonio, Texas.
Essentially, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
What you're talking about is like, and is there anything further about the San Antonio people, if you've only been here a month or whatnot, but at least those two categories of other state and non-San Antonio, Texas are clear.
Correct.
And can you share a little bit about why we would want to entertain that idea?
Well, those are discussions of it's the housing authority and the housing agency for the city of San Antonio. So there's been discussions on let's take care of the San Antonio and the surrounding municipalities that are within within our area.
I ask you because I don't know that
first.
it's common knowledge that most people would say, well, like, why is someone not in Texas or San Antonio applying to our
Because they
option?
can.
And they can take it back.
And the other comment that I would make is, some folks may see the city of San Antonio as a great place to live as opposed to where they are. But because the way the policy is written currently, and you have individuals out there who will apply anywhere and everywhere that they can to potentially get housing. On the housing choice voucher side, they could apply, they could get it, and they could port it out.
I think that's
So
the
that's
part that
the
I was
other
trying to
part.
get. That's
Right.
the part I was trying to get you to say.
And
out loud.
that would be on the housing choice voucher list, correct? But you still have folks on the public housing wait list that are from not in San Antonio. And again, they're a lot of folks are simply looking for that subsidy. Where they may be living, they may be struggling. They may be on that wait list there. But I will say this. Most housing authorities close their public housing wait lists, and they may have figured out that San Antonio's is still open, so they can apply. Okay?
I think it's important that get explained. We need, not just us, but I think certainly the community needs to understand when we have 25, a quarter of our applicants are non-San Antonians. And they're okay with doing that. They are living somewhere.
Right.
Out of state, or certainly not in the San Antonio community. But yet they're sitting on our wait list, and sort of, we are forced with such a heavy number when it doesn't accurately reflect those that need to be on our wait list, so to speak.
Correct.
I was hearing that we've got some communities, not ours, that have been on wait list for decades. Is that accurate?
That's right. In Chicago, there's a 25-year wait. And surprisingly, we have our largest percentage is from Illinois and from the city of Chicago who are on our wait list.
And what makes our wait list that, I mean, San Antonio is a great place to live. Other than that, what makes is it because we've left it open?
We've left it open, and it's, to Jose's point, they're allowed to apply, and they're allowed to port their voucher back to their home city. And so that's a loophole that we've allowed to happen. And to Jose's point, we need to start maybe prioritizing San Antonians for a San Antonio wait list.
Can I just be clear about that? So we could have someone on the wait list, we would award them a voucher, they would immediately port that voucher back to Chicago, and we would lose that funding, or is it replaced by HUD? How does that?
I would ask our Stephanie Rodriguez, our director of vouchers, before I put my foot in my mouth.
Run.
She'll clarify for us. So,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to try to talk a little bit louder. So there is a policy that does allow a person to port out. However, HUD has a rule, and we actually have it in our policy as well, that they either have to be within our jurisdiction for at least 1 year before they're able to port their voucher out if coming from the waiting list, or they were on the waiting list with a San Antonio address for 1 year if they wanted to port it out at that beginning. So that jurisdiction rule is still there. Of course, there are always caveats, right? Like if a reasonable accommodation is needed, that the person needs to move sooner and they didn't meet their jurisdiction requirement, and we validate the need, you could always go that route. But there is that jurisdiction. And then when they're on the program for at least 1 year, anywhere they go, like if they go to Chicago, after they've been in Chicago's jurisdiction, they have to be there for at least 1 year in their jurisdiction before they could port again.
But again, someone could apply here with a non-San Antonio address, come here, receive a voucher, live here for a year, and then move back to Chicago and take that voucher with them.
So it depends on how that receiving housing authority works. Sometimes that receiving housing authority would absorb that person into their utilization numbers. If they bill us, then that voucher is on hold with that person with that other housing authority, and we can't really lease that voucher up. But oftentimes, we see it for our portability right now that about 85% of them actually absorb them because they're not meeting their utilization numbers, and it's an easy way for them to, instead of pulling from the waiting list, they could get a port in.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I can just add that from 2022 to 2023, we had 458 port outs of vouchers from our city to the cities of Houston, Austin, and Dallas.
And do we have a number on how many folks moved here, or do we know?
I don't have that. We can get that
Okay,
number for you.
port-ins. Thank you.
I do want to clarify one thing, though. What is currently open is the public housing wait list. The housing choice voucher wait list is closed.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that that's clear.
I mean, I think from the dialogue so far, should we entertain this idea of creating a San Antonio community applicant preference, then it kind of, makes all of these others a moot point. But if we don't do that, then I think it is worth having a strategic conversation around, because we don't just want to villainize the idea of porting. In some
Right.
cases, it makes sense. In some cases, we're also the benefits of people porting into San Antonio. But it would be worth looking at that data a little further, and then also looking at how often does that happen? What are we seeing with the movement on our side that could help us inform? Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, we can get that data and really help evaluate whether we want to do that or not. Say that again.
Sorry, from 2022 to 2023, we had 341 port-ins. And there's not like a large concentration necessarily, like there are 10 from each different kind of jurisdiction. Sometimes it's a one-off because there are so many jurisdictions in the United States that they could come from, and like Puerto Rico and all those.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if we do the next conversation we have about this, I would like to know a little more specific definition of what counts as a surrounding area, so that in terms of the non-San Antonio folks, obviously if someone's in Lytle, so.
We're talking like Converse and.
Yeah. So just a little bit more specific definition about that. And then how we handle folks who might be trying to come here to care for someone, and I'm not clear on this. If we have someone who's in like an elderly individual who's in a unit that is a studio or one bedroom, and they need to have a family member move in to care for them, how do we accommodate that? So if we do have a discussion around that preference, I'd like to learn more about that also.
Sure.
Thank you.
We commented with regards to potential for policy change. And y'all alluded to its policy. Is it Opportunity Home San Antonio policy, or is this a HUD policy?
Opportunity Home.
So that is something that we can affect a change on.
Correct.
At the minimum to shut it down, so to speak.
But any changes you mentioned have to go through a process of community.
We need to, yeah, correct. A process of community input, present to you all, and so forth.
Do we have do you need to come to board to at least at the moment sort of stop the bleeding? I mean, I know we've talked about we're going to close certain wait lists. We can do that now without that being a policy change, just so that.
Correct. We can close the public housing wait list if we so choose at this point, and that's administratively we can do that.
And I say that with 40,870 San Antonians, in public housing, with the need for public housing, we know today we can't house them. So let's kind of fix what we can fix, so that way it just doesn't arbitrarily start moving up again.
Right, and then the conversation kind of moves toward production, right? We have these folks, yes, it's a smaller number, but it's still a significant number, and these folks, we don't have the units for them, and I think Jose can talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, that's also a good segue to the last proposed change or modification to look at is, how many offers we provide public housing applicants, and right now, with the first available unit type rule, applicants get one offer, and if that happens to be at a property that resident doesn't like, then they don't get a second opportunity. So they're out. They're off the list. They're gone. So the other thought to be mindful of that and be a little more helpful for applicants to move faster is offer them a second unit offer if they don't accept the first, but limit it there. We can't go 3, 4, 5. Normally, anyone right now, if they come in and say they produce documentation that it's a hardship for them to be in a certain area because they need to be close to their work or they've got a special school for their child, then that's something that would be evaluated for a second offer currently. But what we're proposing is automatically there's 2 opportunities. And that would help. And I believe if I'm not mistaken, I've got Katie right behind me who can correct me, there is, with all the unit offers that are going out specifically in the public housing, about 4% of those offers are accepted and moved in right away. So we're transitioning through quite a few applicants before we get a move in because location.
96% of the offers are declined?
It depends on the location, right. And eligibility, yeah, you're right,
Okay.
right. So that would be the other thing. So recall, when they're on the wait list, we don't have to verify income. It's only till they get the opportunity to move in will we verify income. So they could say anything they want on the application, but it's not until move in that we'll verify whether they qualify or not.
I'd love to see a little more breakdown between declines and not eligible. But do you have that number for second offers? So right now, when you do make a second offer, are we seeing a substantially, I would assume that obviously we know they're eligible at that point, so that the non-eligible folks have already dropped off, so it would be higher, but.
I'll check and see if we're collecting that specific data.
That would be good to know. That's a much higher number than, it sounds like then staff's doing a lot of work that.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
So those are what we're proposing for discussion at this point, and we'll evaluate that.
What do you need from the board? I mean, to my knowledge, we would be the ones approving policy changes. You all are the ones that initiate any kind of community conversations and elevating the need for. So I just don't want to leave with any assumptions. So to close this out, are you saying that the team is going to move forward with community engagement and come back to us with proposed changes
Well, no, I think we've got some good commentary here that will cause us to evaluate it a little bit further and make a decision as to whether we go for community input or not. So,
What's your timeline for trying to, so there's like two pieces here, right? There's the wait list cleanup project, and then there's policy changes to improve efficiency and effectiveness.
I would say the policy changes, if we move forward with anything, my understanding is we bring to the board any admin and ACOP amendments somewhere around June, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll look at that. Okay, I'm mistaken, obviously. So. But it would start sooner than that because we would need to get community input, but for final approval, it would be somewhere down the road.
Okay, great.
Just so you know, it would be in the spring. We bring it to you all in March and April, usually in those board meetings for review both times, and then they are actually put into the policy after they're approved by HUD as well with the new fiscal year, July 1st.
Great.
What's our percentage of those that are opting out versus the non-qualified?
That's the data I don't have in front of me right now. So as Layla was asking,
Right.
Commissioner Powell was asking that I need to see if we're collecting that specific data as they process through. Oh, we are.
We have it.
Collecting it.
And y'all are fast. Yeah, great.
Which one is it? Okay, and they're eligible. Okay. I'd like to say the number, but I want to make sure I understand it. But so 33%, what we're seeing is what?
We're like, grab the mic.
Sorry, I have to lower the mic. Yeah, so when they pass the eligibility, meaning that they pass screenings and everything, then we unit offer, and from there, it's 33% of those that are rejected, that were rejected. That's our average rate. Only 67% that accepted the unit offer.
Okay. And what percentage don't meet eligibility?
Okay. Would that be the
Percentage of not pass eligibility is it's the 11% from overall.
Only 11%?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I heard a 60-something, because I was like...
No, 67 is the accepted unit offer.
Accepted.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But overall, from the draw, when we draw down the waiting list to all the way to unit offer, is just 4%. Because a lot of it was no response rate very high. It was 76% when we drew people down previously. Only 76% was that didn't respond. So that leaves a very small percent to work with to get all the way unit offer.
Yeah. Which is interesting because that, if we had a really high percentage that didn't end up qualifying when we actually held them, had some accountability to prove their financial need, then, a potential policy change would be that we'd speed that up so that we actually know this is a true wait list of people that meet the qualifications. So when something comes up, then the only barrier is whether they like the unit that they've been offered or not, right? I think what you're talking about in terms of the response rate is what kind of flagged for me in my question, which, in the first idea of having them respond every 6 months or keep it live every 6 months. And I know you would go to get community input on this, but my assumption is that, when the more vulnerable you are, the more, iffy email is, phone service is, having a similar phone number and that kind of thing. And so it makes it a little bit harder to have constant communication to be able to update some things every 6 months. But if you're told and there's like a vehicle or a way for you to ensure that you can keep that commitment, that just might be something that's difficult for really vulnerable families. But I appreciate the fact that regardless of, one, I would say I can't speak on behalf of the board, but I can speak on behalf of myself. I am pro, finding ways to be more efficient and effective. And so I really love that you all are entertaining policy changes, one. Two, I also appreciate that there will be community input because sometimes what we think is a solution may not actually be helpful or viable. And the fact that you'll be bringing back some of this data to tell us that, not only is it data informed, but also the community believes that this would be really helpful. That will help us make a sound decision as a board.
Just a couple of additional comments, and a first comment is on Sorrento, which you mentioned, but I just want to clarify, the reason that Sorrento was removed from the wait list is that is not a property that's in our portfolio at this time.
Correct.
Yeah, so we didn't just arbitrarily decide we're not going to have a wait list anymore.
Understood. Understood.
Okay. So that was one comment. The second, it really goes with the comments the commissioner just made about contact and how we ask for contact information. I know you referenced sending out letters. I know that folks do tend to move around. They may not be, obviously they're not in stable housing at the time. Do we currently require on an application an email or telephone, or do we only require an address, a physical address, or do we give people options? And then how do we, if someone listed a telephone and an email contact, did we only send a letter? Or did we use the other methods of contact as well when we asked them about the wait list?
Yeah, other methods were used, but I can explain that exactly what.
I'm losing all the microphones. We do now require them to put in an email, obviously if they have that, phone number, any method that we can to contact them. We didn't used to have that, and so it wasn't a reliable way to reach out to people. One of the things we're looking forward to doing in the who knows in the future with Joanna and our IT department is looking at our applicant portal and how we can utilize that to best reach out to them, to ask them to respond to us to confirm their continued interest in staying on the wait lists. And they would also be able to go into the portal if we wanted them to reach out and do it that way instead of us having to reach out to them. So now we're requiring the email so that we can hopefully use that in the future, but right now we're doing mail since that's we have addresses for most applicants, and then we're also doing text blasts. So just whatever we have available for folks is how we're reaching out right now. And we are doing email blasts for those that we have.
That's great. Thank you very much. And there is a housing and financial counseling collaborative that if we do make a policy change like this could be helpful in getting information out to their clients and just reminding folks, are you continuing to do this? And I know that, for example, if we're thoughtful about the design of a portal so that it can be easily accessed through a phone, that most of our current residents, I think it's 95 to 97% of residents do have cell phones as opposed to necessarily reliable computer access. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I assume it's even our online components are multilingual.
Correct.
Couple of questions. Talk about the portal. Are they notified through the portal that they have an offer? Can they go in there to see that, or is it just through the mail?
My understanding, it's in the portal. It's under. So we encourage everyone to create that portal account, but not everyone does. So in some cases, they've got that as well as something in the mail, but we still rely on.
Now, when you don't get a response back to an offer that they've sent a letter, or sometimes mail gets lost and all that, do you all reach out to them, or if they don't respond by the date of response, are they just taken off the list?
It's primarily the latter of those two, but there's usually cases where they're trying to reach out, but normally it's the latter of the two.
Yeah.
We just move forward.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir. If they don't respond to us on time, when they contact us and they pass the deadline, we have a reasonable accommodation, or that if they can prove that at the time we send them the letters that that's a hospital or they were out of town, and we will review case by case and we will reinstate their application.
But that would require them to come back to us beyond that date and let us know.
So if they are dropped, then they are off the list completely and they have to reapply and wait another 5 years or whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just conclude the presentation or offer final remarks. I think I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work of our operations support team, and that's our 2 assistant directors here, Christine Patrick and Katie Tran, and all the folks they work with. They've been working really hard the last 5-6 months, and every time we give them something, they deliver, and they've been terrific. So I just wanted to acknowledge this is a lot of work, and they did it in such a short amount of time. And they're going to continue working on this beyond today and beyond next month. It's an ongoing effort, so I just wanted to acknowledge their effort. It was a lot of work, and we're really proud of all that they did for this project.
Yeah, thank you, Jose, and your staff. Michael, will you be sending this information to council, to Mark's office and Eric's office, and updating them on these numbers?
Yes, we will be notifying all the electeds as soon as this meeting's over with.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. This is huge.
Yeah, to reduce that number from where it was to give us a realistic picture is important. So we appreciate, Jose, your team, you and your team, and Michael, you as well, for spearheading this. Okay. President's report.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Well, this is our last meeting for 2024. I wanted to highlight a few things for the board. First, I'd like to thank and congratulate our sustainability team led by Michael Lopez and Hector Martinez for continuing to deliver recognition for our sustainability work. We were recognized on November 15th by the Build San Antonio Green for recently completing the Westside Reinvestment Initiative homes and for the Bristol at Somerset Apartments. So great work happening with our construction and sustainability teams. I just wanted to acknowledge that. Moving on to the next item, I also want to thank the great leadership of the City of San Antonio for prioritizing rental assistance and share with you the great efforts of our public housing staff led by our Director of Public Housing, Ruth Bautista, for assisting our residents in filling out applications for rental assistance. This is key in our efforts to keep families housed and our organization whole. Just in the last year, the city has provided our residents some $110,000 in rental assistance, and so this is keeping our residents housed. It's keeping them protected, so we're really grateful for all the assistance from our city partners. I also wanted to share with you some of the contributions that our revamped Community Development Initiatives Department, led by our Director, Susan Ramos-Sossaman, has provided, and these are just a few of the latest, and that's including our Connect Home program, which partnered with the Family Service Association to host science, technology, engineering, and mathematics workshops for residents at Lincoln Heights via Bermendi and Minnesota Homes, as well as residents at Lincoln Heights Apartments who were recognized for completing the Connect Home Essay Digital Literacy course, and another resident for earning their high school diploma during a ceremony at Lincoln Heights. These are big wins for these residents and these families, but they're also wins for this organization because we all support their wins because they lead to brighter futures. CDI also led a graduation ceremony on November 12th to recognize 16 Blanco apartment residents for completing Senior Planet Older Adults Technology Services, or OATS, digital literacy courses. The residents received free refurbished digital devices and a certification acknowledging their completion of the course, and it's, of course, important for our seniors to have access to digital devices so they can fill out medications and get services they may need. On November 21st, we hosted 400 of our residents at the Museum for a family night. They toured the museum, they participated in interactive and educational activities with the intention of sparking STEM careers, and so we had a great turnout. We provided transportation for our public housing kids from around the city, and they had a terrific visit there at the museum. And then finally, as we close out the year, I also wanted to provide you with an update on our public housing collection efforts for pandemic-era arrears. As you know, we went through great lengths to protect as many families as possible given the circumstances. Our teams, especially public housing and the operations support teams, have put so much effort into keeping residents housed. I'm glad to report that we are near the completion of all 3 phases of implementation of our plan that we started back in the summer. And as of today, we have kept 84% of our public housing residents housed through our efforts. Again, this was not an easy thing to do, but we did it. This is a big win for our residents and a huge accomplishment for our organization and our staff. We can finally turn the page on these pandemic-era arrears and now look to the future. And so we're really grateful to have completed that and keep as many folks housed as possible. And finally, we're glad to be able to close out the year with our senior residents on the dance floor on December 18th at the 23rd Annual Opportunity Home Golden Gala. After a 4-year absence, it's back, and we're excited to celebrate the holidays with them. We hope all of you can join us. It'll be a great time. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I conclude my report.
Great. And I don't know if any commissioners have any comment with regards to the rent arrears. Certainly, they have an opportunity to say something.
Yeah, I do want to comment on that. I really appreciate the update today and the focus on keeping residents housed. I know that's always been a top priority. I know we do know that through that process, in addition to keeping those residents housed and getting us on a little firmer footing in terms of the collection of arrears, that I think we've also, it seems to me, in my opinion as a commissioner, have established stronger relationships with the residents who are in our units. And that what I had heard was that in some cases there were vacant units that we were not aware were vacant. There were other issues going on in properties that we were not aware of. And I feel like through this process, we've established a much better rapport and more contact with our residents, and that anything we can do to continue to maintain that level of contact and communication, it will benefit us in the long run, and certainly benefits the residents. What I hear, and it's hard not to respond sometimes when people are here addressing us during Citizens to be Heard, is that it's often not knowing that's the most frustrating thing. So the idea that we as an organization didn't know if a unit was vacant or not is distressing to me, because that means we weren't in touch with the resident beyond whatever the financial implications are and the implications of having units like that that might be destabilizing to a property. It also means that there was just a family that we weren't in touch with. So I'm really excited about the other implications of this effort for the organization, and what I feel like is kind of a renewed focus on really being in touch with our residents. So thank you. And thank you to all. I know that you didn't do that. There are hundreds of people who are out there now knocking on doors, talking to folks. And so thank you to all of our team members and folks that work with us and our contractors who are out there building those relationships every day.
Thank you, Commissioner. Absolutely. I'm just a messenger. The staff doing the really hard work are our public housing staff out in the field, who you don't get to see in this room, but they make up our largest department, and they're hardworking. They've been working really almost around the clock the last few months to get this done, and they did it. And I'm just so proud of their effort and the fact that we kept so many families housed despite the really difficult circumstances. So it's a good way to close out the year.
I want to echo those comments also, and thank you, Michael, and your staff through your leadership that we were able to turn this around. I know that a lot of people thought that we were looking to evict people because they hadn't paid rent, but the sun came out. And through the collaboration with the city of San Antonio, we were able to take care of this and take care of their arrears and get them on track and be able to keep them housed. And like you said, yeah, it was through your leadership, but also the hard work and the many, many, many hours and sleepless nights that it took, you know, these last few months to get this done. And I just want to say bravo to you and to all the staff out there, the leadership team and the staff out in the field for getting this done. And I know that we're going to keep moving forward and help those that still have some arrears and keep them housed, because we're not about putting people in the streets. We're housers, and we're about keeping people housed. And I hope that our residents can get this message and see that we want to keep you in your home.
With that being said, we'll pause this meeting, go to Los Vadas Public Facility Corporation meeting. We don't need to do roll call, do we? Okay. We'll go into that. I'll open that meeting real quick. The Board of Directors or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting anytime during the course of this meeting. Are there any citizens to be heard signed up for this one?
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
That being said, we'll move to item 3. We have minutes from the October 9th Las Fadas Public Facility Corporation meeting that needs a motion.
A motion, we approve the minutes.
Second.
First and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. We have one consent item, Resolution 24 LVPFC-11-04. I'll take a motion on this one. Just as a reminder, folks, we see this as the second time because it needs to be approved within this organization. I'll take a motion.
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Consent item is approved. We will adjourn that meeting and open the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting. All the commissioners are still, well, all the commissioners save one are still here. The Board of Directors is convening to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The Board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Any citizens to be heard here?
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
We'll close that one. Item 3, minutes approval of the September 4th, 2024 San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I move for approval.
We have a first. Do we have a second?
So moved.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That we have a couple of consent items that are on the agenda. Item 4, Resolution 24 FAC -11.11-04, 11-05, 11-07, and 11-06. I'll take a motion to approve those consent items.
I move for approval of consent items 4 through 7.
And we may need to amend your, because we need to remove item 4. We have an abstention on that one, right?
Okay.
No,
I will
no, hold on a
change.
second. Let's see.
Huh?
No,
Oh,
it's not on that one.
Mine's Asakia.
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind. All right. So it's your original
Stands.
motion. We have a motion for items 4, 5, 6, and 7. Need a
Second.
We have a second? First and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those consent items are approved. We will adjourn that one, go back to the regular board meeting, and, Counselor?
Yes, sir. The board will be convening in closed session to discuss real estate and consult with its attorney under sections 551.072 and 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding the Beacon and Partnerships Review. The board will also be discussing personnel and consulting with its attorney under sections 551.074 and 551.071 regarding the President and CEO's performance goals and appraisal for 2024-2025. The time is 2:29.
I've dealt through my childhood into my adulthood with a lot of dental root
Hello and welcome back to Opportunity Home San Antonio's regular board meeting. The time is 4:56 p.m. and the board has returned from closed session. Would you like me to conduct Commissioner roll call or just reflect that Commissioner Powell has left the meeting?
No, we'll just notate that Commissioner Powell had to leave, so she is no longer back.
Thank you. You may conduct the meeting.
With that being said, within our packets, board members, there is a calendar. Please take a look at that for 2025.
Did it change?
The only change is our addition for January. With that, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
No, because they want to say later.
I don't think we said this, but thank you all for an amazing year. We know you've been working really
Yes.
hard
Yeah.
and doing all kinds of stuff, so.
And
Lots to
wishing,
celebrate. Happy holidays.
wishing everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and enjoy your week off.
Yeah, thank y'all for getting us through this year.